What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and it is Sunday, February 9th, 2025. Welcome to the show, folks. Happy Sunday. We're looking at a Chinese A330 that arrived not too long ago. We're at Kagbaan. At the moment, the only runway in use for arrivals. There's a little bit of wind blowing in the direction of the runway heading, 060. So we have a runway configuration in progress that is in line with wind blowing from the north. That is Polderbaan and center used for departures, Kagbaan and Aalsmeerbaan. That's runway 06 and 36 right used for arrivals. Hadi Maria, goedenavond. Hope you've had a good day. Welcome back. And welcome also to all the others. Clemencia, Michael, Dirk, Thomas, Andere Boy, Marcel. Good morning, one and all. We have an A320neo from EasyJet coming in from London Luton. First airplane of the show. In total, 2 747s and the A380 are expected to land here on this runway. I'll show you in a minute. A320neo Rio coming in from Celiac City, aka London Luton. Might give you the cramps if you are Luton intolerant, so hopefully that doesn't apply to you guys. It's a bit hazy, as you guys can see, although the sun is out there somewhere. Good morning, Ray, Cone Mod, Piet, Tij, Daniel, Hans, Ewald, Michael, Diana. Good morning, one and all. At the moment, this Chinese A330 is the only airplane on the north side of the cargo platform. Next airplane coming in is Air France, an A321 arriving from Paris, and after that a TUI Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire. Quick look, this is the METAR, this is the runway we are standing next to, so more or less headwind, nothing out of the ordinary. We have 2 747s coming in from the west, the first arriving 11:18 and the other arriving 12:36 over the Black Sea, around the same time estimated to arrive as the second 747 is the Emirates A380. This is Air France flight 1340, arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, an A321. Good morning, Evelyn, Philip, Danny, Tom R, Ilko, Patrick, Wesley. Good morning, one and all. Welcome to the show, guys. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody is doing all right. Last day of membership for Evelyn, 9th membership. I think you were gifted. Last membership, but still celebrating. Well, absolutely right. Got the custom emojis still at your disposal, so use them however you see fit. Good morning, one and all. Everybody who has joined in the meantime. I also saw that Tom was already so generous to gift 5 memberships just now. Tom, thank you so much. That is extremely generous. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it and will use the custom emojis that they have at their disposal now to their heart's desire. Welcome Aurora Sky Lounge members, courtesy of Tom. And Tom, thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. This is TUI Flight 365, operated by TUI Belgium, arriving from Bonaire. 11-year-old airplane, it's the OOJDL. Diamond in the sky. And now a diamond on the ground. Seal the deal, goedemorgen. That Space Doge guy, good morning. Pieter, goedemorgen, good morning. Bob, good evening, mate. Marino Panta, good morning. Good morning to all the others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're at hazy Schiphol Airport, where the sun is not too far away, but not yet visible. Not sure if we're going to see it today. Thought there was even rain in the south, or maybe that was just in Belgium. Definitely not extremely sunny here, but at least not as windy and not as cold as it was earlier in the week. Although I think we are going back to cooler weather later in the week. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke we cannot see from over here, but we can see the scale of flag, and the flag much calmer than it was last time I was here on Friday. Another airplane is turning in, another airplane turning in from EasyJet, coming in from London Luton. If it's not shining its lights, it's hard to see. It will become more apparent eventually. That's the only thing we can be certain of. Casper, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Hey Piet, morgen. Almost a complete blue sky in the north. Mate, feel free to send over some of that excess sunshine you guys have. Lights have gone on and the camera was pointing a little bit too far to the left. So another EasyJet arriving from London Luton. The airplane coming in after that is going to be a KLM A330-200 arriving from Vancouver. Looks like there's an EasyJet arriving from Gatwick now, passing west of Rotterdam. Maria also rubbing it in. 25C and sunny all week. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Good morning, bear with me, who is celebrating a month of membership and just extended, going in with a bang. Good morning, bear with me. Thank you for your ongoing support. Let me know if supplies of stuff are running low in the Aurora Sky Lounge. I'll put it on the groceries list. Full as well, the beer supply should be replenished. After Lee told me yesterday it was running low. Wolfgang also back, good morning sir. Everything A-okay over here? Hope everything in Austria is going A-okay as well. Erik, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Anita en Lennart, goedemorgen. Jabe, good morning, guten Morgen. Sunny Münster. In Münster also the sun is shining. Why not? Our Safari, good morning. Even warmer in Sydney, 30C to 35C most days here, Bob says. Well, enjoy your summer, guys. The days are shortening again on the southern hemisphere. Guten Morgen, Waxa Cizek. Richard Vos, goedemorgen. Morning, Dave. Good to see you again, mate. Hey, Gratje. Goedemorgen, kerel. So, that's the second airplane having arrived from London Luton. Will there also be any more wide bodies coming in, you might wonder, after the A330 arriving from Vancouver? The answer, luckily, is yes. I can see that KLM Flight 592 is now also in the vicinity of Rotterdam, The Hague, coming this way, arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Right, this is where I think I need to look for the glide slope, and yep, only vaguely visible. There is our next airplane, KLM Flight 862, A330-200, arriving from Vancouver. Vancouver, Canada, which is also where Manzi is greeting us from snowy southern Ontario. Good morning, Manzi. And welcome back. Good morning, Kevin H. Who's tuning in from New York? Thomas, good morning. Hope I didn't overlook anybody. Julian, good morning. No more pink cookies. No more roze koeken. Now how will you drink your coffee? Designs by Jensen, guten Morgen, good morning, herzlich willkommen, bienvenue, buenos dias a todos. You're watching AMS Live. This is a nebulous Schiphol Airport where there isn't a lot of wind, but there also isn't a lot of sunshine. We have an A330 arriving from Vancouver, Canada, A330-200, KLM Flight 682. 9 hours and 8 minutes underway. Nielsie, goedemorgen. Morgen. Little guy just passed by here. There are already a couple of people over here. Some British lads over there. And another guy running towards them. Also a couple of guys over there. This is the FWOC, PHAOC, Alpha Oscar Charlie. 9 hours and 9 minutes on the way, 9:09. The airplane is 19 years old. First flight October 2005. Freddy, good morning. Amar, goedemorgen. Emilia, goedemorgen. Designs by Jensen asks, how's the weather up north? Here in South Africa it's boiling, 32 plus. Well, over here it is above zero, hardly any wind, calm weather, bit of haziness as you can see. The sun over here hiding. The north of the country apparently has clear blue skies, I was told by viewers. Not that I'm jealous. Everybody has more sunshine than we do over here, it seems like. But at least we're not boiling away. Guess that's the silver lining. Nico, goedemorgen. Guten Morgen. Daniel, herzlich willkommen. Lufty, arriving from Frankfurt up next. Flight 988 and A320. Flight time 44 minutes. The airplane is 24 years old, first flight November 2000. Bear with me, can confirm sunshine in 050. That's Groningen, right? Hey Marjan, goedemorgen. Ooh, 0599. That's the area code of which area? Probably somewhere in the north, but I don't know for sure where exactly. For those of you who aren't Dutch, people now are referring to area codes for specific locations in the country. Hey there, Eversteria, goedemorgen. Wolfgang also chiming in with his area code. Oh man. Right, well, everybody has sunshine except Schiphol Airport. Oh, Ari also in the same situation as we are over here. Indeed, a little foggy, Eversteria. Hazy, I would call it. Not dense fog or anything. Hey there, Swissport worker, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. Richard always tuning in from sunny and bloody hot Rotterdam Zuid. Lau, goedemorgen. Alrighty, this is an A319 from EasyJet arriving from Gatwick, and on the left is an A319 from Lufti arriving from Munich. Looks like after that we are going to see two consecutive 777-300ERs, one arriving from Johannesburg, the other from Cape Town, South Africa. It's the South African invasion. I'm doing well, Danny, thank you for asking. Stefan, good morning. Alright, everybody is using area codes now. Great. I only know a few. Hey Luke, goedemorgen. Joop, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at the Kaagbaan, runway 06. It's a bit hazy. The sun is out there. It's just not shining abundantly over here. We've got Lufti flight 2302 arriving from Munich up next. After that, two consecutive 777-300ERs. A quick look on the map will tell us that we are expecting two 747s plus the A380. The first of the 747s is expected around 11:20. The second is expected around 12:30, 12:36. The Emirates is now expected 12:35, so who knows? Fingers crossed, folks. Maybe, just maybe, we might get a mother of all glide slope shot with the A380 and the 747 back to back. Wouldn't that be something? If you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote the channel and its content to new people who are into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. This is Lufti flight 2302 arriving from Munich. It's an A319. The A319 is flying for 19 years. First began flying in August 2005. Hadi Marissa, goedemorgen. Teun, goedemorgen. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Janine, goedemorgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Zonder code niet nodig toch? Without an area code. Not necessary, right? Well, if you are already mentioning in your name that you're from Hogeveen, I guess it's not necessary. What's this? It's Her Majesty the Queen. Just having been pushed back by the looks of it. A massive big thank you to Designs by Jensen, who is celebrating half a year of membership. At least the heater in the lounge is still working. Yeah, and I hope the airco will too for the people who are living down under and are celebrating summer now. Aeolus Capital, good morning. Hootubes 2010, good morning. Jaco, goedemorgen. Michael, goedemorgen. Richard, goedemorgen. Esme and Tigo as well, good morning. Made in Australia, good morning. Hopefully I haven't missed anybody else. Leo, goedemorgen. Luc, bonjour. Salut mon ami. Bienvenue. Got two 777-300ERs coming in from South Africa. The first one arriving from Johannesburg, the other one arriving from Cape Town. Good morning, Darren. Good morning, Andre. And all others who have joined us. Anton is tuning in from Vienna. Good morning. Hossam. Good evening. Tuning in from the Philippines. Right. 1 KLM triple. 1 KLM 747 with a beautiful long distance headshot. And another 777-300 is approaching over there. KLM 5598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Still a bit out. What's Her Majesty going to do? Let's have a quick look. Is she on the move? For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live, the channel that Schiphol Group loves to hate. It's that good. My name is Boy. We're standing along the Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary runway for arrivals today. Wind is blowing from 060 degrees, so headwind for the airplanes landing here. We've got 2 747s on their way. The second will arrive around the same time as the A380. They're all three expected for this runway. Morgan, Ralph. And welcome all others who have joined us. Quick turn back to the second consecutive 777-300. This is KLM Flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Good morning, Esther Benjamins. Alles goed, Teun, met jou ook? Japanese characters, good morning. Ohio gozaimasu. LL is coming in next. Shamrock is also coming, by the looks of it. No, wait, that's outbound traffic to Cork. They're towing Her Majesty the Queen. Where is she going to go to? It's the CKA. Did it have a bad case of diarrhea? Doesn't look like it. Not the cleanest of bums, but not a diuretic bum? No, diuretics are something else. We've got all coming in next, and 737-900 arriving from Tel Aviv, and after that we are going to see a Dreamliner from KLM, which is arriving from Austin, Texas. And it seems that Dirk is the only one who isn't liking 747s. He can't wait until KLM retires their 747 freighters. Think the rest of the chat will disagree with you there. Most of us love 747s. Hey there, Jack Wolfman, good morning. This 737-900 has been traveling for 4.5 hours from Tel Aviv to Amsterdam. It is 11 years old. First flight of this airplane was in November 2013. Me, myself, good morning. Hey there, Jerome. Good morning. Queenie is being towed probably back to one of the hangars at Schiphol Oost. Cor, goedemorgen. Good morning to all others who have joined us. Right, do see some quackers over there in the water. Early risers. That's Donald and Daisy right there. It does look to me like they are the only quackers out there right now. They must be old, as they are no longer sleeping in that much. Early risers usually comes more easily with progressing age. Do they have landing permission? Need to contact ATC? Don't know for sure, Ray. Don't know for sure. Luc asks, il y a du vent latéral? No, the wind is blowing in the direction of the runway heading. So it's headwind only. Good morning, Omar. And all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. The next airplane to come this way is a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas. KLM flight 668. Which is underway now for 8 hours and 31 minutes. The PHBHM. On paper, with good visibility, we normally would have been able to see airplanes approach the glide slope from the west. Now I'm not too sure we can see it. Indeed, Wolfgang. Early quackers catch the worm. GJ says, I would be questioning the ducks' separation with ATC. Yeah, they do look like they are swimming relatively close to one another. Think it has even gotten worse right now. Traffic. Watch out. Otherwise, a collision is going to be imminent. SK 2010, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. We're easing into the Sunday with inbound traffic. Not very busy today yet, but what's not may still be come. I see a Geländewagen. It is a Geländewagen, but it's not the Geländewagen I thought it was going to be. Not a G-series. It was from a distance, not zooming in, just with my bare eyes. At first glance, it looked like a G-Wagon, but it's not. It's a Suzuki. Good morning, Eric. Good morning, Rianne. David, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Good morning, one and all. In the meantime, having become visible, here is KLM flight 668. It's arriving from Austin, Texas. 7879 Dreamliner, 8 hours and 34 minutes on the way. The airplane is 7 years old. It began flying in August 2017. Gijs, goedemorgen. It is runway 06 again, Peter. Lauwe is describing his luxurious setup. Sounds good, mate. Everything under control. Good morning, Sean, who's tuning in from the UK. Welcome back, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. We're standing along runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals today. We're expecting two 747s and the A380. The second of the two 747s will more or less coincide with the arrival of it will more or less coincide with the arrival of the Emirates A380 around 12:35 last time we checked. So who knows, if we all cross our fingers, say a prayer, burn incense and whatnot, we might get a back-to-back glide slope shot of an A340, A380 and a 747. Wouldn't that be something? Let's have a look at the wing shape. Boop. Spoilers go up, wings go down. The Jimmy, indeed, the small brother of the G. So a small G is a Jimmy. Right, duly noted. Learn something new every day here. Thus far, on the north side of the cargo platform, the cargo apron I should say, only one A330 air jointed cargo. Hopefully more cargo airplanes will arrive later in the stream. I'm not sure. I thought there were one or two underway at least. Thought there was also a Qatar A350 that we... No, the one... No, I'm not sure anymore. Could have also been the day before yesterday when I was checking before going out. Anyway. Blackburst, good morning. QJ, good morning. Anton, good morning. Good morning, Roterskreutz. Good morning, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Croatia Airlines, flight 450, arriving from Zagreb. A320 today, flight time 1 hour and 35 minutes. The airplane is 24 years old, first flight April 2000. E2 Embraer 195 after that, arriving from Zurich, allowing us to listen to the whistle once those engines, once the airplane has passed us by. Bear with me says, Embraer you say, it must be lost. Yeah, there never ever are Embraers coming over here to Schiphol Airport. It's a rarity, it's an Embraerity to see this. Timo, goedemorgen. Good morning one and all. Monique, goedemorgen. Good to have you back. Richard, goedemorgen. So yeah, it's an Embraerity. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Zurich. KLM flight 1910? 1918. Apparently an hour and a minute underway to get here from Zurich. A year-old airplane. Hailing from the year 2024. Month not specified on flight radar. Am I the only one who has a silver subscription who doesn't always see the month of the first flight? On a lot of airplanes labels you see it, but some only specify the year. I'm wondering, is it a specific glitch that I'm only experiencing, or is everybody else with a similar subscription seeing the same? Hopefully we'll also get to see some A220s later in the show, and if we are, listen good, you'll hear a similar whistle. Alrighty, time for Air Canada. Good morning, Rosie Groovy. Boy is indeed my first name. That's not a nickname. Air Canada flight 808 arriving from Toronto. Coming this way, it is a Dreamliner 7878. 6 hours and 26 minutes on the way, 10 years old, first flight October 2014. Low temperatures always get my nose runny and make me sound unnecessarily stuffy. This should have taken care of it for the time being. Pete says A320 ITA is on its way. Excellent. Love to see that. Even when the sun isn't shining, it's always a pleasure to see. Beautiful color of blue. Beautiful shade of blue, I should say. I think most people will agree with me on that. Emma is reporting the same. Thanks for your feedback, Emma. And good morning, by the way. Good morning, Aviation Now, and all others who have joined us in the show. Welcome back. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. This is Schiphol Airport, where it is a bit hazy. And runway 06 is the primary runway for arrivals. We're standing next to it. Bank robbers are back. Canadian bank robbers coming to take our money. And that's a chopper on the highway, a chopper motorcycle. Harley Davidson or something. Good morning, Satish. Do you have good instant coffee over there? Gold Arabic? Me, I'm not doing instant coffee. I only have Amos Live vodka with me. Yeah, so not the G, but the Jimmy. A small Geländewagen look-alike. Looks pretty tough, doesn't it? What's this? Polo? Why not do some car spotting as well, right? Good morning, Home Sparrow. Ronald, goedemorgen. Transavia flight 6602 arriving from Innsbruck. Right, one of KLM's A321neos is coming in next. KLM flight 1402 arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Flight time 43 minutes, par for the course. London, Paris, Luxembourg, all 40 to 45 minutes of flight time on average. This is the PHAX-B, P-H-A-X-B. First flight of this airplane was in September last year. Evelyn says in Dutch that they always tell her make way for Volkswagens because they always drive so fast. I think it's worse with BMW and Audi drivers on average. I think they actually did a study, an actual study, where they would interview drivers of cars of different brands and also had them take a psychopathy test. And it turned out that Audi drivers and BMW drivers on average scored highest on those questionnaires. Not sure how Volkswagen drivers did in that test, but there you go. Embraer 190 arriving from Prague on the right. A320neo KLM Malta arriving from Malta on the left. Adi Ricardo, goedemorgen. Richard Deelstra en Pakiet Herman. Love the name. Good morning. Good morning, David. Good morning to all others. Right, Delta Airlines flight 74 coming in as number 3. That's an A350 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Alrighty, A320neo KLM Malta coming in next, arriving from, you guessed it, Malta. And on the left, a little lower, you can see the lights of the A350 Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, coming in after that, after KLM Malta. KLM Malta Flight 394 is an A320neo. Underway from Malta to the Netherlands for 2 hours and 54 minutes. That's 1,070 nautical miles it has journeyed. Registration 9H Neo, which is appropriate for an A320 Neo. It is 6 years old. First flight May 2018. And good morning, Carlo and David and Krista and all the others who have joined in the meantime. KLM A330 on the left in the background. Haziness here at Schiphol Airport. Almost looks like the haziness is worsening. On the other hand, looking to the north and all around me, there's definitely thinner parts in the sky and the clouds than more, at least, than there were in the beginning of the stream. So I'm not sure what to make of it. Let's just continue with the first A350 of the show. It is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 7 hours and 46 minutes on the way. It's the November 511 Delta, November, 6 years old. First flight May 2018. If you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. There are 2 747s and the A380 expected. The second of the 747s expected around the same time as the A380. So maybe if we are lucky, we are going to see them back to back, forming a glide slope shot, which would qualify as one of the mothers of all glide slope shots, the 747 and the A380. Expected around 2 hours from now, so a lot can still change. Reverse is being applied there. Air China Cargo A330-200, still the only cargo plane on its own on the north side of the cargo apron. Here on the south side it's a bit more crowded. 2747s at least. Is that DHL? In the middle, behind it, I think it might be. Haziness definitely worsening a little bit. BA A319 arriving from London Heathrow, coming in next. The lights on the left is an A319 from EasyJet. Let's have a quick look on the map, see what is coming. The first 747 is now near Ireland, expected 11:46. Oh, okay, so Cargolux is running a little bit behind schedule. It had an ETA of 12:30 earlier, now it's more towards 1 o'clock. Now there's a 20 minutes time difference between the ETAs of the second the second 747 and the A380. Now why is the METAR website not showing? Let's check that out. The weather report. Let's do an update. It says clear weather. This is the direction of the wind. This is the direction of the runway we are standing next to. So it's headwind, only 6 knots, visibility 7 kilometers. There's no ceiling and no significant clouds are observed. Temperature is 4 degrees Celsius. Let me paste the weather report into the ticker for you guys and then back to the camera controls. It is, to begin with, BA A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Well, good morning, Siegfried, and thank you for your continued support. 7 months in the membership Aurora Sky Lounge. 7 months with my favorite AMS plane spotter. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for your continued support, my friend. Hope everything is still good in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking. Also, a very good morning to all the others who have joined. See that Peter K is also back in the chat. David, good morning. Graziano, good morning. Anton, good morning. Lisa, good morning. Gertjan, good morning. Another EasyJet in the meantime, landing here. EasyJet A319 arriving from Birmingham. Now, ladies and gentlemen, members, dust off that red emoji. Number 2 is coming. You know what time it is when I tell you that. The quackers no longer seem to be swimming over here. Donald and Daisy, they were here for a brief moment. Next up, KLM flight 1930, 737 arriving from Geneva. 737-700 to be precise. On the right, on the left, that red airplane that we can make the chat red for. KLM flight 1930. First up, arriving from Geneva in Switzerland. 1 hour and 10 minutes on the way. It's a 737-700, the PHBGF. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight October 2008. Ooh, nice wheelie. Nice wheelie. That's the BA. Having vacated. Mick, good morning. Good morning, Ron. Good morning, all others who have joined. Thank you for the kind words, Ron, who in Dutch says you are zooming nicely in during the landing. Absolutely, I want you guys to see the most we can see over here, the best we can. Gert-Jan, goedemorgen. Who is saying that in Zwolle the sun is shining? Savor the moment. You never know how long it might last. Over here, overcast and a bit of nebulosity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. Playtime. Flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. It's an A320neo, 2 hours and 45 minutes on the way. The TFPPB. It's Papa Bravo. 4 years old, first flight September 2020. Boom, boom. Solid landing. Now, going from red to blue, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, members, dust off that blue emoji. That's the next one. Let's make the chat blue. Hey, good morning, Gilles. Right, switch color, folks. Now, from red to blue. Wait, no, not yet. Huh? Flight radar says ITA is coming in. This looks like a Delta A330. What? Yeah, it's also blue, but switch. Use the other emoji, the blue-red one, the blue-red one. We're going from all red to all blue, but this is in between. Indeed, Wolfgang. Red, blue, and then we'll be going to blue only. Okay, interesting. Didn't show on my flight radar. I have AMS inbound and outbound filtered. Delta A330 300 from Detroit. Thank you, Marissa. Erik, goedemorgen. Reversers being applied there. Hey, and the KLM 100 years 78710 is approaching. Pete says, thanks for the update. Indeed, Maria, new ground crew merch in the store. I've also added a few new products, and there are still a few that I'm expecting to add to the store later, both in the AMS Live and ground crew logo and combinations of them. Next, finally, the all blue ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan. A320, 1 hour and 27 minutes on the way. Registration EIEID. And the airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in November 2010. Destination on flight radar was NA. So I suppose that's why it didn't show. Right. Sorry to keep you guys busy. Making the chat red. Then blue and red. Now all blue once again. Being a proactive member in the Aurora Sky Lounge is working really hard, and it's a Sunday. What? We should be in church, all of us. I guess that is why Jesus isn't flying to the Netherlands anymore, or at least hasn't visited recently. We're all heathens, watching airplanes at Schiphol while we should be in church. Indeed, Ari, this is my church. Gerjan is leaving again. See you later. Alrighty, let's quickly turn back. Transavia flight 6006 arriving from Salzburg. Coming in next. Have another EasyJet following. Should be over there somewhere. Hard to see. If they don't have the lights on with the haziness that we are experiencing over here today, hard to see the airplanes well in advance. Hadi Paul, goedemorgen. En Jay, goedemorgen. Welcome back, fellas. We have Turkish flight 1951 coming in as number 2. First up, an A320 EasyJet with the lights on, so better visible now, arriving from London Stansted. The lights of the Turkish at the 8 o'clock of EasyJet. Now, if you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote the channel and its content, and people like yourselves who are into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. EasyJet A320neo coming in from London Stansted up next. 45 minutes underway. Austrian registered OELSA. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight June 2018. Johan, goedemorgen. AJX0207, good morning. Welcome one and all. Turkish flight 1951 coming in next. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. This is runway 06, the Kaagbaan. In the pipeline later, 2 747s and the Emirates A380. For a long time it looked like the A380 and the second 747 would arrive around the same time. Last time we checked a couple of minutes ago, the ETAs differed by almost 20 minutes. OELSD. Isn't the OELSD already flying? Isn't that already an existing registration, Wolfgang? Hey, good news. Pete is indicating that there is indeed an A350 from Qatar coming. I was confused. I didn't remember if I saw one underway for us to see today or if it was the day before yesterday, last time I was here. Either way, this is Turkish flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul, 2 hours and 57 minutes on the way. The TC LOA, 11 years old, first flight December 2013. Another airplane coming in from Istanbul after this. That is Air Pegasus, Air Oink Oink. A350 confirmed for Kaagbaan. Thank you, Marissa. And OELSD is a private CRJ. Of course it's a CRJ. CRJ pilots be tripping balls. Why am I not surprised? Long distance Queenie. Long distance Queenie headshot there. Cargolux? Maybe? Jelmer asks if an A380 is coming today. The answer is always. These days 2 are coming, but one is in the evening and the other one will be here around 12:30. Together with 2 747s that are also expected a 11:45 and 10:01, I think, last time we saw. Cargolux indeed. Cargolux going to Milan. Indeed, Ari, we need a PHAMS. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Let me turn around, have a look at the landing of Air Oink Oink. Hey, no. Check it out. It is Gary Grebe. The Grebemeister. He dove up and just as quickly diving under again. That mother ducker. That was great fun to see Gary Grebe, the mother ducker, still alive and kicking over here. So we've seen Donald and Daisy, we've seen Gary. Now all we need is to see the Coots. I think Gary just now dove under somewhere over there. And there he is, once again re-emerging. Gary Grebe, you mother ducker, where have you been, my friend? Boop. And back he goes underwater. Time for us to have a look at KLM flight 749 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. Colombia, a neighboring country of This is a 787-10 Dreamliner. It is the outdated KLM 100 years livery. Hey, Captain Jerry is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're enjoying your freedom. No longer impatient. Meanwhile, Her Majesty the Queen is on the move. Next airplane coming to the Kaagbaan is Delta Airlines flight 56. That's an A330 arriving from Salt Lake City, and it looks like Cargolux is going to traverse the runway before it lands. Jack, goedemorgen. Dilivio, good morning. Who says in Dutch, I have to say you have decent filming skills. Thank you for your kind words, mate. I do my best. Good morning, Peppy Plane. Peppy Plane asks what time the A380 is going to land. That's going to be around 12:30. 11:46, the first of the 2 747s expected to land here, and around 10:01, if I recall correctly, the second one. So that's 2 747s and the A380 all expected here on this runway. Second ITA is also coming. Following Delta, which is next. Delta Airlines flight 56 arriving from Salt Lake City. This is an A330-300, 9 hours and 10 minutes underway. 20-year-old airplane, first flight March 2004. So again, Delta first, ITA second. Make the chat blue and red and then blue again. It's the same pattern. Except we did not have a play airplane before this Delta. Peter, PDK, goedemorgen. Good morning one and all. Reversers applied. And next we'll see ITA Airways flight 108. If you joined us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live, the channel that Schiphol Group loves to hate. It's that good. We are going to see two 747s and the A380 in today's show. The first 747 expected in an hour or so from now. The second in about 2 hours from now. And sandwiched in between, somewhere around 12:30, we are going to see the Emirates A380. Next up, the second ITA of the show. ITA Airways flight 108 arriving from Rome. Make the chat blue again, members. We have the custom emoji still lying close by from the previous one, which also followed after a Delta A330, coincidentally. This is an A320 coming in, 2 hours and 2 minutes underway. It's not an A-hole, but an I-hole. Registration of the airplane, EIHOL. That's Hotel Oscar Lima. Brand new airplane. Will turn 1 in April this year. Scuderia René, guten Morgen. Welcome back, good to see you again. Ah, no, dude. Jerry fell during his walk and now his leg is blue like Delta. Mate, be careful. Before you know it, they'll have you back inpatient and nurses will keep you from watching the channel and joining us and have fun. Right, let's have a look. Next to come in is KLM A330-300. KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto. KLM flight 1268 is following it. That's a 737 arriving from Copenhagen. Things still hazy over here, although looking up you can definitely see lighter patches, darker patches, ripples in the clouds. On ground level, a bit hazy. It's also very little wind, so it doesn't really get a chance to open up. Good morning, Tom. Karsten, guten Morgen. And indeed, Jerry, you should have used your cane. Hopefully you use it from now on. Make sure you don't fall. Don't be a stubborn eye-hole like the ITA. LC878, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Also a massive big thank you to Peter K. Peter K just now gifting a membership, and the recipient was Quinton and David. Welcome Quinton and David. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have access to thanks to Peter K. Peter K, thank you for your generosity. Welcome Quinton and David. Qatar now third for landing. It also looks like the first airplanes to 36 right are coming. Aegean seems to have turned in just now. Can I see it already? No, I do see a murmuration of birds over there. Lovely to see. Aegean coming to runway 36 right, the first airplane of the 40 minutes of converging landings. And thank you for your kind words, Air Winkel, who in Dutch says, good morning, dude. How impressive that you're able to talk everything. That you're able to talk everything back to back. Well, no, that's not the proper translation. Talking everything together, I think, would be a more appropriate translation. Keep doing what you're doing. I will definitely do that. Thank you for your kind words, mate. KLM 737 arriving for Copenhagen, and after this, two back-to-back heavies. Starting off with KLM Flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas. That's a 777-200 The Vegas plane, indeed, Ronald. Morning, Paddy. Marianne, goedemorgen. René, Melanie, Denise, goedemorgen. Panufat, good morning. Welcome back. Hope everybody is doing well. Happy Sunday to you all. We're here at Kaagbaan, runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals, although now also the secondary runway 36 right is opening up. Means we'll have converging landings. Aegean, the first airplane to fly to 36 right. There it is. The G is approaching the house. Hide your stuff. As if the Canadian bank robbers who came for our money isn't enough. And also a massive big thank you to Julian Baars, who just now gifted 5 memberships. Julian, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to Julian for your gifted membership. Be sure to use the custom emojis that you have access to for a month. Whenever you see fit, spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you can use to your heart's desire. This is KLM Flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas. It is a 777-200 PHBQC, 21 years old. That's the flaperon. Flaperon. Part flap, part aileron. On the Dreamliners, it serves a triple purpose. You can see that the spoilers are rising. The flaperon doesn't. On the Dreamliner, you can see the flaperon also rising as part of the spoiler system, speed brake system, if you will. Good morning, Kyle. Good morning. Nice soundtrack solutions, promotions, not solutions, but promotions. Ronald says, say hello to Wim and Joey, please. Hello, Wim and Joey. Good morning, the record case. Good morning, Jewe Slijm. Good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. Time for another A350. Here it is. Qatar arriving from Doha. And what do you know? It's two back-to-back A350s. Nice. Qatar Flight 275 arriving from Doha. That's an A350-900. A flaperon. Indeed, Wolfgang. What would be an appropriate name? A flaperon. Anyway, Qatar on the way from Doha. 6 hours and 17 minutes now. The A7 ALO. ALO. The airplane is 7 years old. First flight August 2017. Splaperon, Tom says. Yeah, it doesn't sound as good as flaperon, does it? Now, the A350 only has flaps, doesn't have a flapper on, it only has the aileron. And the spoilers and reversers. Now, we're getting spoiled here, we're going to get another A350. We're getting spoiled indeed, Lisa. Here she is, Corendon Flight 598, arriving from Willemstad in Curaçao. 8 hours and 45 minutes on the way. Curaçao being the sea in the ABC Islands. Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao, lying off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea. Hence the 8 hours and 45 minutes of flight time. Airplane 2 years old. First flight April 2022. Right, peppy plane indicating that there is a 747 that just took off. Indeed it did. That's Cargolux on its way to Milan. And here the second consecutive A350. It's the third of the show. So we are getting spoiled indeed. Delta, Qatar, Corendon, beautiful. Absolutely love the A350 and the A220. I think they're the two prettiest modern jets out there, passenger jets. The A350, the first Airbus that I actually find aesthetically pleasing. A321neo from KLM coming in next, arriving from London Heathrow. And the 747 to Milan, still flying over there. Looks pixelated because we are in the far end of digital zoom. 400 times would be this. As you can see, it is magnifying pixels. Going back to the top end of my camera would be over here. So yeah, you do gain a little bit of detail if you use it with moderation. I'm surprised that we can see it this well from over here. Decent visibility, all in all. Looks like it's even opening up a little bit there over to the north. Right over here we are watching the KLM A321neo arriving from London Heathrow. FX A, the very first of the four now flying. Hadi Afrodite, goedemorgen. Good to see you. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Joko, goedemorgen. Parallel converging arrivals in progress with 36 right as secondary runway now being open until approximately 11:40. They opened it early, so I'm hoping they'll also retire the opening relatively early. Means that everything coming in from the east will now go to this runway. That was Tarom. And there's also a Chinese triple arriving from Guangzhou. Unfortunately, not coming this way. Let's not forget that there's also a wide body coming over here. This is a 787-10 Dreamliner KLM arriving from Panama City, KLM flight 758. And here's the flapper on of a Dreamliner. Let's have a look. See how it is also acting as a spoiler once the speed brakes get deployed. There you go. See? That's a triple purpose flapper on. Ade Clementia, goedemorgen. Hjalmar, good morning. Right. There's the Chinese triple. Unfortunately, from here, no longer visible. Next up is going to be EasyJet A320neo arriving from Gatwick over there. Gives us a moment to have a look and see what is coming and what is happening. Quick look on the METAR. This was the last METAR. Let's do a refresh. Wind unchanged. If I overlay the runway we are standing next to, you can see we have headwind, single digits, 7 knots, 304, no significant clouds. Temperature is still 4 degrees Celsius. Air pressure is 1029 hectopascals. Current runway use, like so. We're standing over here. And we can also see the converging arrivals to 36 right, which is going to stay open for another 40 or so minutes. Expected around 11:42 is the first of 2 747s underway. There are more 747s underway, for instance this one, but that's out of the scope of today's show. In the scope still is Cargolux arrival, now estimated to be 1:01 p.m. It's getting later and later. The Emirates A380 still firmly expected around 12:30. In the meantime, let's first follow the EasyJet arrival and then let me paste the weather report into the ticker. Hadi Klaas, goedemorgen. Corné, goedemorgen. Good morning all others. Ravenrock, good morning. Ravenrock says, looks cloudy to me, or is that fog? It is both. It's a bit hazy. And we have overcast conditions over here. This is not Jesus, but Jason. Jason. Is that the son of Jesus? I don't know. You tell me. So yeah, it's haziness, as you can see. Then again, there's also cloudiness. Definitely looking to the north. Openings in the sky here and there. This is what it looks like to the north. This is what the west looks like. This is what the east looks like. And this is what the south looks like. Delta Airlines flight 236 arriving from Tampa, Florida, coming this way. And let me quickly paste the METAR that I just now copied into the ticker for you guys. If you guys have been enjoying the stream so far, you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote the channel to new people who haven't come across the channel yet, but who might also be into streams like these, such as you guys have been. Right, our next airplane coming in is Delta Airlines flight 236 arriving from Tampa. A330 300, 8 hours and 29 minutes underway. Registration is November 831 November whiskey. I could do with a dram of whiskey here. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight March 2017. Now, a Chinese triple just now landed on runway 36 right. I'm expecting it to taxi this way. Yeah, there it is already. And it is going to keep company the A330-200 that is already over here. Frits, guten Morgen. Welcome back. Glenn Hoekstra, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others. That's the Chinese triple that just now landed on 36 right. It's coming over. It's going to accompany the A330 from Air China Cargo that is parked over there on its own here on the northern part of the cargo apron. Now, ever since it arrived, and it arrived here while I was setting up, I haven't seen any doors, cargo hatches open or close, so I'm not sure what it's doing over there. If it's just resting or if they're actually doing stuff to it, but from the other side where we cannot see it. Hey Miran, goedemorgen kerel. MS, my very first subscriber even before I went live, buddy of mine, Miran. Good to see you again, mate. How have you been? Frederik, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others. Sean, good evening, tuning in from Brisbane. Hope you've had a good day, mate. Over here at Schiphol Airport, you can see we have haziness on ground level. Overcast conditions higher up. Although, looking to the east and looking to the north and to the south, here and there some openings in the sky. Next airplane coming in is KLM Flight 1030 arriving from Person-Chester. It's a 737-800. 46 minutes on the way. PHBCH. 5 years old, first flight March 2019. And at the moment parallel, no not parallel, I have to, it's converging arrivals are taking place. Runway 36 right is also open for traffic arriving from the east. On its glide slope now is Austrian, flight 379 arriving from Vienna. Narrow bodies for the time being to both runways. Looks like an Emirates 777-300 has just taken off to Dubai. Was that from center? No, of course not. It has to be from Polderbaan. 2 runways open for arrivals means only Polderbaan now open for departures. Janko, goedemorgen. Gino, good morning. Welcome one and all. You're watching Amos Live. The channel Schiphol Group loves to hate. It's that good. This is the Kaagbaan, runway 06. This is the primary runway for arrivals. We're expecting 2 747s plus the Emirates A380, the first of the 747s, expected in just over half an hour from now. The second will arrive around 1 o'clock, but it's arriving from the west, so we are still good to see it over here. Donald and Daisy have also returned. And it looks like there's even a third companion over there. There's the third companion. The fifth wheel to the wagon. And Donald and Daisy are still over there. Meanwhile, also a massive big thank you to Troy for your super chat. Thanks for streaming, guys. Troy says, thank you so much for your kind words and for your super chat, mate. I am glad that you are appreciative of the stream, and I hope that everybody is. Consider leaving a like if you haven't already, if you are enjoying the stream. Other people who haven't come across the channel yet will see the content more rapidly, might click on it and might become a member of our awesome community when you like the streams en masse. Chinese triple. And the first next heavy to come to the Kaagbaan is the KLM A330 arriving from Port of Spain. Flying towards the coast. Looks like it'll be the fourth to arrive over here. Two Chinese freighters over there on the north side. TJ Res asks, how can you be so close to the runways? Well, they have to be fenced off, or a canal has to be between us and the runway, and here in the Netherlands we have ample water, so this is our solution, and that allows us to get really close to the runways without any visual impediments in the way. Ronald asks, can they switch landing lanes by minute, or is it each morning they choose a lane? Well, it's always dependent on the wind, but they do have more or less standardized times where inbound rush hours and outbound rush hours are. Now, as we saw last week a couple of times when we began the day with clear weather and it became very densely fogged pretty rapidly, and then it cleared up again also relatively quickly, you can see that ATC always decides on the moment what runways to open and close. That is always weather dependent, always wind and visibility. Or of course, if something happens, an incident, and one runway is out of commission. We've also seen that before with the emergency landing of the KLM with the double bird strike. The A330 landed on Polderbaan. All the other traffic was diverted to a different runway. So it always depends on the situation. But when nothing strange happens, so to speak, there's always a sort of pattern where at certain times certain runways open, and it is relatively predictable, but it's never 100% sure. Next airplane coming in over here is KLM Flight 1136 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. 737-800, 1 hour and 6 minutes underway. It's the PHBCL, 5 years old, first flight December 2019. We have an Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton after that. And after that we are going to see the first wide body to the Polderbaan after the double A350, I think. Were those the last wide bodies? Good morning, Stevo. And Stevo rightly says that the canals don't stop the Vierler Jeppers from Friesland. Absolutely. I think that's also why they are doing extra patrols whenever Rick Meester is coming over. He is from Friesland and they know what he is capable of as a true Frisian. Now, converging landings from 11 until 11:40 approximately, with runway 36 right open for all traffic arriving from the east, and everything coming from the west will continue to land here on runway 06, the Kaagbaan. So actually a bit of open sky over there. We don't have the scale of chimney smoke, but we have the scale of flag over here. This is what the wind currently looks like. And it looks like Russell is just sitting there overlooking, pondering what the purpose of life is, why we're here. And we have a little light over there. That's the A330 from KLM arriving from piece of shit. No, Port of Spain, apologies. And here, KLM Flight 1068 arriving from Southampton. That's an Embraer 175. Dinant asks if there is any chance we already know which runway the A380 will land on. I would say with a 95% certainty this runway. There's only going to be one runway open for arrivals at the time of the arrival of the Emirates A380, and this is the primary runway for arrivals today, so I'm thinking 95 to 99% certain that this runway is going to be the one where the A380 will be landing on. That also goes for the two 747s that are arriving from the west. One expected in half an hour from now, the other around 1 o'clock. This is KLM flight 775 arriving from Port of Spain, A330-200. It's the PHAOB FWAB. And FWAB is 19 years old, first flight July 2005. Given the relative absence of wind, I thought maybe I could give it a go, see if we could watch and look into the cockpit. It's a bit tricky. The airplane is moving by relatively quickly, so your following has to be so precise. I think that would be a little bit too challenging. Howdy Koen, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at the Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. Now at the moment converging arrivals taking place. Although, still in progress. We've got Delta Airlines coming in next. That's an A330neo arriving from Orlando, Florida. There it is, coming this way. 8 hours 21 minutes on the way. Stranger, what up mate? Good to see that you made it back to Eindhoven safely. For those of you who missed it, yesterday's stream in the beginning, Stranger arriving back from Oslo aboard SAS. He's shown the light and he also joined the ground crew later. It was terrific to see. Delta Airlines Flight 90. A330neo arriving from Orlando, Florida. 8 hours and 22 minutes on the way. The airplane a year old. First flight November 2023. Troy says that the Emirates A380 is pretty much flying over his old house in Germany. Wonderful. You're talking about the one coming to Amsterdam? Koen is going to work in the security of Schiphol. Congratulations, Koen. Don't tell me you'll be one of those boas who chase people away from parking P3. Stove, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Alan also back in the chat. What up, Alan? Hope you're having a miserable day. And Steven says, thanks for your answers to all the questions you are asked. You're a true expert. Love your channel, mate. Thank you so much for your kind words, Steven. Glad that you're enjoying the channel. I hope everybody is. Consider leaving a like if you are enjoying the show so far but haven't left a like already. Helps to bring in more people like yourselves, awesome people that will grow this already awesome community even bigger. People who are into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. YouTube is a very big space and AMS Live is still very small in comparison. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Good to see you, Evan. What up, mate? Hope all is well. KLM 737 arriving from Birmingham. Good morning, Alan. Jesse, goedemorgen. Or is it Jesse? Erik, good morning, goedemorgen. Koen says, now I'm more that guy that is in the corner watching everything like a hawk. Oh, that's terrific, terrific. As long as you're not one of those traitors who chase people away from parking P3. China Southern Cargo is being unloaded, and have a look. You can see people over there, and you can just see, makes you appreciate just how big these airplanes are, first of all. And second of all, just how big those cargo stacks are as well. Right, still converging arrivals. It's narrow bodies galore at the moment to both runways, which is why I'm not showing you Air France flight 1500, which is an A320. Now, in the meantime, already behind the buildings to my right. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. 2 Embraer 190s coming to both runways. AliExpress touched the floor, indeed, Stove. Maria thought that stranger was Dutch. He is from Indian descent, actually. So these stacks are what? 1.5, if not 2 persons tall. Wonder how much one of those stacks would weigh. Now I'm happy to report that another KLM A330 is arriving. It's coming back from Bonaire. It's turning in towards the glide slope. Goedemorgen Lucas, and good morning to all others who have joined. You're watching MS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to runway 06, the Kaagbaan, where number 190 arriving from Newcastle is first to arrive, and after that it's time for an A330. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, arriving from Newcastle. Deck JC. So this is not the airplane that we used to know as Chucky. That was the DAPRI. Now it is time for KLM Flight 765 to arriving from Bonaire, A330-300. That's fuck B. Oh, and little birdie. Back to the birds of metal. Fuck B. PH AKB, 12 years old, first flight February 2012. Now approaching, flight time 8 hours and 51 minutes. Bonaire, the B in the ABC Islands, together with Aruba and Curacao. Parts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but don't ask me what their specific status is, because it's complicated. Relationship status with the Netherlands, it's complicated. And there we have a goose. Watch out. Where's Maverick? Don't get too close to the bird coming in with the lights on. As long as you stand clear. That also goes for you. Was that Maggie the Magpie? I think it was. but re-landing as we are used to from A330s. Oh, it's reversing. Bob has to sign off, bedtime for him. Early start tomorrow. Thanks for joining, Bob. Sleep well. Hope to see you again later in the week. The A330-200 from Air Tronic Cargo still left untouched, or at least seemingly untouched. Indeed, Lisa, the KLM pilot is getting reprimanded. What were you doing using reversers? Now the neighbors of Schiphol are going to complain. Hell will break loose. First it will freeze over, then all the Frisians will jump over it. And then we're all doomed. Next up, a whistling airplane, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Brussels. KLM flight 1704, being followed by a twin Embraer 190, one from Bergen, and I saw one from Norwich also coming this way. Frank, good morning. Peppy Plane asks, how often do you go online this week? Well, it's always weather dependent. Weather dependent and also agenda dependent. Sometimes I have stuff to do, like recently had to go to the hospital on a Friday. But for the upcoming week I have no plans other than work and stream. That means that I am going to stream again, if the weather will allow me to, on Thursday, then on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Those are my normal streaming days. I do sometimes change it up if the weather is shit during the weekend and Monday is nice. I sometimes go out for an additional stream on Monday to compensate for lost streams during the weekend. But usually I strive to go out on Thursdays through Sundays. It's 11:28 and that means approximately 10 more minutes of converging landings with 36 right open as secondary runway. After which, until 1 o'clock, runway 06, the runway we are standing next to, is going to be back to 1, being the only runway for arrivals. And then we're at 190 coming in from Bergen, and we have another one arriving from Norwich. Big picture overview, as you can see, it is still hazy over here. Your Temu packages are being unloaded over there. Let's have a quick look, see what else is cooking. So, the first of the two 747s is over the North Sea and is expected to land here on this runway pretty soon. Its ETA is now 20 minutes from now. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around because we're also awaiting the cargo locks, which is getting more delayed by the day, by the minute. Had an ETA of 12:30, just like the Emirates A380 still has, but it has lengthened and lengthened. Now it's ETA 1:12. I'm going to stick around to catch all these three airplanes, which are all three expected to land here on the runway we're standing next to. And for some reason, meet our website, when I am not using it, no longer seems to be. Let me also, if you want to see the loading and the unloading, turn the camera just a little bit. In the meantime, I'm trying to show you what the weather is doing. This is the latest METAR, 4 degrees Celsius, still wind blowing in the direction of the runway we are standing next to. Still single digits, 7 kilometers of visibility, not much changing. The wind speed and direction and temperature all remain the same. So there's 2 747s and A380 expected. The second 747 now getting more delayed, ETA of 112. I'm going to stick around for all of the 3 airplanes, so if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Next airplane coming in is number 190 arriving from Norwich. That is a Britty hopper. A name nicknamed, coined by Frank, who's in the chat, and which the pilots also have taken a liking to, and they're referring to themselves as Britty Hopper pilots as well. So well done there, Frank. Hanna, goedemorgen, good morning. Good morning all others, Paul Doan, good morning. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Hope you've been well. Now, in the meantime, the unloading of China Southern cargo continues. The next airplane coming in for runway 06 is going to be BA Flight 450. That's an A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Converging arrivals still in progress. Runway 36 right still open. For how much longer? Probably still a few more minutes. There is an an A320 from EasyJet coming in, arriving from Basel. I think that might be the last airplane. Not seeing anything else going to runway 36 right, so I think we might be seeing the last airplane already in the form of EasyJet. Means that after that we are going to have all the inbound traffic come to this runway until 1 o'clock. Then between 1 and 2, converging arrivals once again. Lyric Stone has to go. See you later. Thanks again, boy and mods, for the nice stream and chat. He says, have a nice day. Thank you so much, Lyric Stone, for joining. I say he, but it might also be she. Enjoy the rest of your day. We're sticking around. 2 747s and A380 still expected. They're expected all 3 on this runway, the Kaagbaan, as it's colloquially called. This is runway 0624. One of the 2 preferred runways of Schiphol Airport, together with the Polderbaan. That's runway 18 right, 36 left. Now in use for departures. Icelandair Max 85500 arriving from Reykjavik is flying base between Noordwijk and Leiden and is expected to become the number 2 for arrivals. I really think that the EasyJet to Basel, from Basel is the last airplane to runway 36 right for this inbound rush hour peak. We can actually see it over there. This is EasyJet flight 21223 arriving from Basel in Switzerland. A320. This flight, scrolling on flight radar while trying to follow the airplane don't go well hand in hand together. Don't go hand in hand together well. My English is failing, I need vodka. I'm sobering up here. Flight time 55 minutes. Swiss registered. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight June 2018. And probably the last airplane to runway 36 right for the time being. You could also see that the EasyJet logo was legible worse whenever the airplane is passing near the rooftops of the airplanes, of the buildings in the foreground. That's of course heat wave distortion, reducing visibility. And this, I think, is where we are no longer able to see it until it re-emerges over there. Chris Rico also back, tuning in from Austria. Good to see you, mate. Jan, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others. Going to turn around pretty soon, because our next airplane is also coming in. BA flight 450 arriving from London Heathrow, and we can see the landing confirmed of EasyJet. I see that we have also crossed the 500 like mark. Thank you all so much for that. Glad that you guys are enjoying the content, and if you are enjoying the show and you haven't already, consider adding more likes to the show. It really helps to promote the channel to people who haven't come across AMS Live yet. Three airplanes on the glide slope. Twinkling lights of Icelandair, KLM flight 706 arriving from Rio de Janeiro, and we can even see the twinkling of the A320neo from EasyJet arriving from Geneva, which is still flying in the vicinity of Leiden, pretty far away. But there you go. Howdy Mike, good morning. J van Steen, goedemorgen. Good morning Plan Watcher. And good morning, Mr. McAlpine, who is one of the Brits that stood next to me earlier. Awesome, mates. I hope you guys were able to film or take good photos. Now lads, stick around if you want to see 747s and the A380 land, because they're all expected here on this runway. If you look on Flight Radar, you can see that the first of the two 747s is already pretty close by. The second one now expected around 1:15, and the A380 still firmly expected around 12:30. They're all three expected to land here on this runway. Also, Vishal, good morning. Arsenio, good morning. Lorenzo, good morning. Kenny G, good morning. Kenny asks, what is the beep I hear sometimes? Are you hearing a beep over here as well? I do know that there is a beep that you can hear when you're standing near the polderbaan. I am not hearing anything over here. We are able to see KLM Asia coming in from Rio de Janeiro in Latin Asia. This is KLM flight 706, 777-200 10 hours and 37 minutes in the way, the PHBQL. The plane is 18 years old, first flight February 2006. It is a bit hazy over here indeed, Piotrka. Hazy and overcast. Good morning, Amsterdam Plane Spotting, and all the others who have joined. Elwa and Salim, welcome back. Davy says in Almelo, the sun is shining. Lucky you. Savor the moment. Kanye asks, what is the beep at Polderbaan? That's a good question. I'm still not sure what it is. It sounds like it is emanating from one of the acres surrounding the runway. I'm not sure if it is from Schiphol or if it is from one of the neighboring farmers. I'm not sure if it is supposed to chase away birds or anything. Many people, including myself, have heard it when at the Polderbaan. Not exactly sure what it is. If anybody does know what it is, do let me know. I think me and many other viewers are very curious to what is the origin of that beep at Polderaan. 2 airplanes visible. EasyJet coming in from Geneva. That's the first airplane to arrive, an A320neo. We have KLM Flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg behind it. That's an Embraer 175. Stranger says you hear a beep every time boy swears. Beep you. I have found a nice cough sound effect that I can use when editing videos, like for instance with the go around of the 7478 the other day, to make it monetizable. But that's not a beep, that's a cough. Indeed, Lise. Lise knows what's up. Marianne is reporting that in Hilversum it is also grey and boring. It's not improving over here either. Visibility, wind, everything has stayed the same. The air temperature too. For a couple of hours already. It's nice to see that there are quackers out there. Donald and Daisy I haven't seen anymore, but pretty sure they're still out there. Atlas Air is entering the Netherlands, Selim says, and indeed it does. It's flying base, and ordinarily with good visibility we would be able to pick it up already. Now I'm not sure that we are. It is turning in and looks like it'll be the 3rd airplane to arrive here. Should arrive from the right in the background if we are able to catch it. Which again, I'm not sure that we are. Clearing up in Roosendaal. Nice soundtrack promotion says. The first queen of the show. The first of 2 in total. Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. That's a 747-400 freighter. Now looking to become number 3. First up, KLM Flight 1710. That's an Embraer 175 arriving from Luxembourg. Similar weather in Essex, Barry says, murky and grey. Well, at least it's not very cold over here. The wind is not blowing nearly as hard as it was on, what was it, Friday? Last time we were here. Also the air temperature a bit warmer than it is at the moment. Hey, we have a special livery coming in, Istanbul livery, SunExpress. All green and it has hearts on the engine casings. Pretty awesome to see. After the special livery 737, we are going to see the 747, which I'm still struggling to see. Yesterday, wait, there it is. Yeah, I was about to say the day before yesterday we were able to see the airplanes that were still very far away, just right of the tree over there. That's still the case now. Now, since there is a lot of spatial separation between this special livery 737 and the first 747 of the show, I am going to follow its entire landing, also because the livery looks really nice. SunExpress arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Flight 944 arriving from Izmir in Turkey. 737-900, 17 years old. Sosa! But it doesn't have a white tip nose. a lovely livery. Gorgeous to see. Alrighty, let us turn back. Indeed, ready for Valentine's Day. That airplane. Here is the first queen of the show, ladies and gentlemen. It is Atlas Air, number 3 on flight radar, tracked by 672 people. Rookie numbers, we have more viewers than that. Let's get it in the top 3, in the top 2. Now 712 people are following it. Still number 3. How many are needed to get it into top 2 or 1 position? Probably way more. Either way, it is coming. Atlas Air, flight 5579, arriving from Miami, Florida. Here, with additional digital zoom. 8 hours and 14 minutes underway. 24 years old. First flight, October 2000. Will it get loud? Delta A330s that we have seen thus far certainly made use of their reversers, so let's look and listen. Fingers crossed. Her Majesty the Queen, Atlas Air, the first of 2 747s in today's show. Boom, boom, shake, shake. Those inner flaps always shudder a little bit upon touchdown. Not really sounding like they're spooling up the reversers. Probably idle reverse landing there. It's probably going to make a right-hand turn at the end of the runway. Traversing birds in the foreground. The first queen has arrived. Good morning to everybody who has joined in the meantime. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around because their Emirates A380 and a second 747 are still expected. The next airplane of interest with 4 engines will be the Emirates A380. It is expected around 12:30 local time. You can find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. So that is in 40 minutes from now. There's another 747 underway from Miami, if I recall correctly. Cargo Lux, if I recall correctly. And it is expected around 1:12 or so. Maria has to sign off. It is bedtime for her back in New Zealand, where it is a bit later in the day already. Thank you for joining, Maria. Sleep well. Hope to see you again later in the week. And while the 747 is making its way over, let's visualize where the other airplanes are at the moment. Looking on flight radar, the Emirates A380 is flying over German heartland. Its ETA is still 12:31. And now flying over the west of Ireland is Cargo Lux, arriving from Miami, Florida. Its ETA 1:13 p.m. local time. Another long distance headshot of Her Majesty the Queen there. Yoka asks about the Orange Pride. I think it is inbound from Asia and expected to arrive here later in the afternoon, if not in the evening. Hey, is that Donald and Daisy in the foreground? Oh, several. And Chris Coote. Right, Chris Coote. They're all there. Only happened to catch them while we were still watching Her Majesty go to her parking. Embraer 190 arriving from Humberside is landing here. That's what you're hearing. Right, we have a wide body coming in from Sao Paulo, KLM Flight 792, that is flying in the vicinity of Rotterdam, The Hague, and is expected later here today. Probably 5 or 10 minutes or so out. Let's see. Looks like things are going to calm down a little bit. Although we definitely have some airplanes arriving from the west, the east, also coming this way. Alright, Don's already explaining the ETA 6:35 p.m. That's when the Orange Pride is going to return. Right, 747's over there. In the meantime, on the other side, on the north side of the runway, there's also an apron for freighters. Here we can see Channel Southern cargo being unloaded. While we're waiting for the next airplanes to arrive. Good morning to Felix. And good morning to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you joined us only seconds ago, you may have missed the landing of the first of two 747s in today's show. There's another one expected around 1:15, so 1 hour and 20 minutes from now approximately. We're sticking around. The A380 is also expected. It is expected to arrive around 12:30. Still flying over German heartland, but not for long. In the meantime, we're waiting for the next airplanes to arrive, and it might be the case that the 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo is the first to arrive. I'm wondering which one will arrive first. The 777 now flying in the vicinity of The Hague, which only has to fly straight ahead. Or SAS Flight 821, which is arriving from Oslo, but is flying downwind and first has to turn to the base leg and then to the glide slope. In the meantime, we can see stacks of cargo over there being unloaded. Chinese 777 freighter. There's an A330-200 from Air China Cargo next to it, on the left of it. It's been standing there all the time now. Haven't seen it being loaded or unloaded since I arrived here. And the A330 taxied to its parking space right as I was arriving here. It had just landed on 36 right. In the meantime, Daily Dose of Aviation and Ian and Renee, good morning to you both, all. Almost becoming afternoon here. And we're still, if you look on Flight Radar, we're still watching a match between SAS Flight 821 and KLM Flight 792. Who's going to land here first? One of the two is going to be the first next airplane to arrive here. Question is, which one will it be? Hey there, pair. Good to see ya. You have a nice day too. A lot of Timu, NJ says, absolutely, you guys order so much from all the Chinese websites. I'm also guilty of it, I have to say. One of the last things I ordered from AliExpress was a charger, an additional charger for the batteries of my heated gloves. Takes a long time to charge them, and then I have 2 pairs. Takes almost the rest of the day before they're charged. Well, a bit longer even. I think we have our answer. KLM Flight 792 is going to be the first airplane to arrive. 777-300 After that, SAS and Transavia and all the other airplanes that are coming. Stranger says it's like the cargo is going underground. I don't think that is necessarily the case. I think they're on ground level, and this is a little dike that you're seeing. It's an elevation. I think this is what it looks like when it is standing on ground level. As you can see, I think there's a little dike over there, and over here you can see things on ground level. Or no, it's not. Well, is it a dike? It's either that or or bushes. It looks like a little dike, a little elevation. Frank says, better make sure you have good fire insurance. I definitely have that, but I'm also very cautious when charging things. I only charge equipment when I am in the room along with it. You never know when things overheat, catch fire. So whenever I'm charging things and I need to go out for groceries, I always take out the charging. I take out the chargers. Hey! Air Canada on the move. Going around the southern threshold of the center runway. This time of year, when the trees are not in leaf, it apparently allows us to see big airplanes that are taxiing along the south side of the center runway. Also, working at Schiphol Airport is being advertised. No, werken bij Heijmans. That's a construction company. Now, meanwhile, KLM Flight 792 is getting ever closer by. So let's turn around in a moment. Have a look at it. I can see its lights. Embankment, right. It's an embankment. I think you can also see a little van over there. On the move. Yeah, that's almost 2 persons tall. The peak of that cargo stack. Here we have KLM Flight 792. KLM Asia coming in from Sao Paulo in Latin Asia. 777-300 10 hours and 41 minutes on the way. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight March 2008. And what time and where will the KLM to Nairobi leave from? Clemencia, what time will it leave? Right, Tom Schillemans has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Tom. Have a good Sunday. Hope to see you again in the next one. Clemencia says around 12. Well, give me a heads up when it is lined up. I should be able to see airplanes taking off from the center runway quite well from over here. I'm assuming that the airplane to Nairobi is going to take off from the center runway. But I am unable to follow all that's going on ground level with respect to outbound traffic, so you have to give me a heads up when that airplane to Nairobi is lined up to take off from center. Like I said, we're sticking around until the second 747 has also landed, which is still an hour and 15 minutes from now, so unless the Nairobi flight is getting really delayed, we should be able to see it from over here. Groeten Jaap from Gouda as well. And thank you all so much for 600 likes. Consider leaving an additional like if you are enjoying the stream and you haven't left a like already. It helps to promote this channel content to new people like yourselves who haven't come across the channel yet, but who would also be interested in streams like these. Toby says that the Nairobi just left its gate. Well, give me a heads up when it is expected to line up. We should be able to film it. This is SAS flight 821 arriving from Oslo. It's an A320neo. Howdy Teun, welcome back. Now, what's this? Is that a banana? This shit is bananas, B-A-N-A-N-A-S. A300 making itself ready to leave. Hey! Donald in the vicinity over here. What? 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 What up, mate? What? 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 Where's Daisy? What? Yeah, I'm missing her as well. Aw. Missing the missus. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Screw that. My preset. My preset. There we go. This is what it should be. I missed the right button and I lost my preset to infinity. Stupid camera. That's the downside of wearing heated glass. Not always exactly as accurate as when you don't have your gloves on. Ah, she left him for another mother ducker. That's nasty. Right, KLM to Nairobi is coming to the center runway. Thank you, Toby, for keeping us informed. Now, it looks miserable and grey, but there's definitely some openings here and there in the sky. It's just on ground level, things look grey, dull, miserable. No, wait, here. So I guess that's Donald. Is that then Scrooge over here, all by himself? I feel for him. Where are your friends, buddy? Hans' favorite coming in next. Vueling arriving from Barcelona, an A320. .787 Dreamliner about to take off from Air Canada. Yeah, let me show you what you can see from over here from departures from Polderbaan. It's not much, I will tell you. Somewhere over there you should see an airplane emanate from the highway that you see in the foreground. If we're able to catch it, which I'm not entirely sure we will due to the low visibility in the meantime. Wah. Yeah, I'm struggling to see it. Let's stick with what we can see, and this is an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Hamburg. Looks like there's going to be a little break in the arrivals after this landing. E2 whistle. Our little ducky has swum around the corner. Back to the other two. DHL A300. Think it's going to traverse the runway now. Hey, what? So apparently they did load and unload this airplane, but apparently its cargo hatches are on the right side of the airplane. Did not see it. The flight to Nairobi is lined up now. Thank you, Aphrodite. In that case, let's turn around, have a look at it. The neighbors of Clemencia on board flight 565 KLM to Nairobi, Kenya. That's a that's a KLM 777-300 The PH BVO, biertje voor onderweg, beer for underway. That's a 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. On the move. Yeah, there you go. Already quite hard to spot compared with normal visibility. I think that's also why we weren't able to see the Air Canada Dreamliner that took off even further away from us. Thanks for the heads up, Aphrodite. And that's your neighbors on their way, Clemencia. You're welcome. My pleasure. Almost impossible to see. Visibility on ground level and in the lower atmosphere not quite optimal. Chinese A330 on the move. And the DHL is outbound to Leipzig, so that looks like it's a candidate to take off from the center runway. Got a Transavia 737-800 now in the vicinity of Leiden, coming this way, arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia. Not seeing any hatches on the right hand side of the airplane, so I'm wondering, did they even do anything? Meanwhile, coming this way, albeit vaguely visible, Transavia flight 6820 arriving from Ljubljana. China Southern is still getting unloaded by the looks of it. And the A330 in the meantime, starting its engines. Should be on the move. Right, in the meantime, the Emirates A380, think it should be in Dutch airspace already, or is it? It is. It has just entered Dutch airspace, coming this way. Its ETA is now 12:34. It's going to land here on the Kaagbaan, the runway we are standing next to. Cargolux is flying towards Wales and England. Its ETA now a bit earlier again, expected in a little under an hour from now. Let's quickly turn back. Transavia flight 6820 arriving from Ljubljana is next. Here it is. 737-800. Flown on behalf of Transavia by ITA Airways. Arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia. 1.5 hours underway. 1 hour 28 minutes to be more precise. And the registration of this airplane is 9A ABC. That's 9 Alpha, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. 21 years old, first flight January 2004. A380 confirmed to land on the Kaagbaan. Thanks, Aphrodite. As expected. ABC. It's easy as ABC. And it is applying reversers as well. Absolutely seeing openings in the sky here. Still, it's remarkable just to see how hazy it is here at the platform, at least. Hard to see even to the other side of the runway. Icelandair over there. KLM Embraer. This is where all the Embraers are coming from. They're all parked, well, most of them are parked together over there. Quite a few of them, actually. The A330. should be ready to go. The flaps are already extended, so probably is going to start moving pretty quickly. Chinese triple is still in the process of being unloaded. In the meantime, KLM flight 1800 is coming this way, arriving from Düsseldorf, JD's hometown. Speaking of whom, haven't seen him. Is he off to the spa again? Usually he drops by before going out. Haven't seen him today. KLM Embraer 190, flight 1800. 23 measly minutes to get here. 97 nautical miles. It's the PHEZO, FIZO. 14-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. Lance Planes and more. Good afternoon, mate. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Happy Sunday to you and to all others. Join us only just now. Welcome one and all. This is AMS Live. We're standing next to runway 06, aka the Kaagbaan. Only runway in use for arrivals at the moment until 1 o'clock. We saw one 747 land. Another one is underway. Also underway now is the A330-200 Air China Cargo. Ricardo has to go. He has to visit his mother and father-in-law. Enjoy the rest of your day, Ricardo. See you again later. 1747 has already landed. The A380 is in Dutch airspace already and is expected to land on the runway we are standing next to, as well as is another 747 inbound arriving from Miami, Florida. And the aforementioned 747 is expected in just under an hour from now. 1:07 was its ETA when we checked a couple of minutes ago. This is KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It is a 777-200 7 hours and 40 minutes underway. The PHBQB, that's Bravo, Quebec, Bravo. 21-year-old airplane, first flight October 2003. Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. I think this is the one that still is depicted as having the rugby livery, but has been transformed back into a standard livery in the meantime. And Jay says that A380 is now over Dronten, so it's coming. 10 or so minutes. Then we'll see it over here. First up, this 777-200 Boom. A380 just spotted over Paul's house. Where Paul is living, the A380 just passed overhead. Right, the 777 freighter. How much more cargo is on board? It looks like they're stripping it from all its content, all its cargo content. Baby plane also back. No need to apologize. If you have to do stuff, you have to do stuff. Let's have a look. I see a twinkling behind me. That is Shamrock coming in from Dublin. Still far away. Won't be long. Just about enough time to invite the elephant back into the room. Hey there, Yaks. Good afternoon. Jeanette's boxing channel says KLM has a nice color profile. Absolutely. Almost as blue as that little bit of blue over there. A small slither of blue in the sky here. For the remainder, it is still overcast and a bit hazy on ground level. Not much has changed in that respect, but at least it's not as cold as it was earlier in the week. Alan is back in bed being a lazy git. Well, it is a Sunday, so what else is there to do? Dan, good afternoon. Good to see you, mate. Happy Sunday to you and all others who have joined us here. We're in avoidance of the Emirates A380. It is in Dutch airspace already and it is going to land on the runway we are standing next to pretty soon. There's also another 747 expected shortly after 1 o'clock, arriving from the west, landing on this runway as well. Shamrock flight 604 arriving from Dublin, now coming in. As you can see, standard livery. On flight radar it was still depicted with the rugby livery. It's no longer the case, just a plain Jane plane. In the meantime, another slew of narrow bodies is coming in, more back-to-back traffic. Although you have to look very carefully to see the next airplane. There it is. That would be KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff. After that we are going to see two airplanes that are arriving from Istanbul. One is from BBN Cargo, all white. The other is from EasyJet. Both coming from Istanbul, but from different airports. One IST, the other SAW. Lot is also coming in from Warsaw. KLM is also coming in. Where's that EasyJet? No, that's two labels overlapping. EasyJet is coming in, KLM is going out. And after the lot, it is Emirates time. A lot to see at Schiphol. And after that, the A380. Second airplane visible in the bottom of our screen. Now a bit higher up. That's the airplane from Turkish arriving from Istanbul, being flown by BBN, all white. A380 is on the downwind leg. Question is, can we see it already? Already a challenge when we have perfect visibility. Not too sure we can see it on a day like today. Flying towards Vinkenveense Plus. I know Ordinarily we would be able to see that far. I'm also looking behind me while I'm also trying to follow the airplane that's flying in front of me. I'm cautiously optimistic that we should be able to see the A380 once it is a bit closer by. This is KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff. It's number 190. Now let's have a look. We can see airplanes on the downwind leg. This is the A380. As expected, we can see it already. It's not the last of the Quad Squad members coming in today in the stream today. Stick around if you don't have to be anywhere. 1:07, half an hour from now, just over half an hour from now, another 747 is expected to land here on the runway we are standing next to. This airplane, the A380, is also going to land here on this runway pretty soon. I will have to turn around the camera the other way around because otherwise my camera wires are going to tangle. Also, BBN A321 is coming in from Istanbul. Right, let's see, where is the A380? Where did it go? I think it's probably already behind the buildings over there. Doesn't matter, we'll see it soon enough. Now, in the meantime, arriving from Istanbul as well, this is EasyJet. EasyJet 737-800 arriving from Istanbul, 3 hours and 5 minutes on the way. That's par for the course. Harry the Heron also doing a flyby here. So we've seen Donald and Daisy, we've seen Gary Grebe, we've seen Chris Coote, Russell Crowe, Harry the Heron. I think only Sally and Steven Seagal we have not seen yet today. The rest of the crew is complete. I like the livery, I like the new livery. Simple, clean, nice shade of blue. And Thomas was on board KLM flight 1088, the Embraer 190. Welcome back to the Netherlands, Thomas. Hey, Juan Carlos also back. Good to see ya. Buenos dias. Right, folks. We are awaiting the Emirates A380. There is another 747 also expected in half an hour from now. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around after the A380 has landed. Emirates A380 is flying base just south of the inner city of Leiden. It's going to be the 4th to arrive here, being preceded by LOT. Now there's always a lot to see here at Schiphol. This is KLM flight 1944 arriving from Basel. Flight time 59 minutes. The airplane is 8 years old. First flight May 2016. Stove back, who did some cleaning. Yeah, perfect timing. And also, if you don't have to be anywhere, if you're done with cleaning, stick around in half an hour from now. Also the 747, the second of the show. We're all expected to land over here on the Kaagbaan, runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals today. Howdy Hans, goedemiddag. Hans is tuning in from Beverwijk, where it is just as grey as it is over here probably. Alright. Where is the A380? Ordinarily should become visible somewhere in the vicinity of the trees. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live, the channel that Schiphol Group loves to hate. It's that good. We're standing next to the Kaagbaan, runway 06, the A380, now 3rd to arrive. Airplane number 2, we have spotted already. We've got a visual. Believe it or not, that's the A380. It's a bit hazy over here today, as you guys can see. EasyJet A319 arriving from Prague. One Boeing 747 already landed here today. Another one is underway. Last time we checked, its ETA was 1:07 p.m. Let's have a quick look. While we're waiting for the Emirates A380, which is visible but still pretty far away. Quick glance on flight radar will tell us that Cargolux is still over British mainland and is expected 1:06. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around until then. I know I certainly will, because we gotta catch them all today. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see. And a lot we can see over here. Flight 263 arriving from Warsaw. It's an E2 Embraer 195. It's a narrow body preceding a quad squad member, so it's not going to get much love today, but you will pick it up on the mic pretty soon. Our main focus will stay on the Emirates 147, the A380, arriving from Dubai, now number 2 on flight radar, tracked by 1164 people. And that's a bit more than our viewing right now. That's the whistle of the E2 Embraer from LOT. Sadly, for the Polish viewers, not getting a lot of love here today. The airplane that we are now focusing on, flight 147, is arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 42 minutes on the way. Normally speaking, it would have averaged around 6.5 hours at this point. So, still par for the course. This is the A6EOO, that's Echo Oscar Oscar. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight was in April 2015. Now in the meantime, many more people have joined here, standing left of me in the grounds field. Cameras out, phones out, everybody is looking at the arrival of the Emirates A380. Here it is. Let's look and listen. Alvin also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Perfect timing. Now, 747 that we saw earlier landed with idle reverse. Will the A380 use its reversers? We'll soon find out. Let's look and listen. Yes. There you go. That's A380 alright. Using its reversers. Right. Did it use its reversers? It certainly did. The flying apartment building with wings has once again arrived safely here in the Netherlands. Going to take a left-hand turn to taxi to its stand at Golf 9 from memory. BBN taking the moment to traverse the runway. Its parking will be on the south side of the runway. Now, if you don't have to be anywhere, folks, stick around. In half an hour from now, another 747 is expected to land here. Runway 06 Kaagbaan. It is underway, flying over England, coming in from Miami, Florida. Also, just have a look at just how tall the tail of this airplane is. It is insanely high. Lufthansa A320, flight 2304. That's what you're hearing. Arrival from Munich. Kenny asks, why do not all planes use reverse thrust? Reason is, it depends if the runway is long, if there's favorable wind, or if the airplane is light, they might not need it. If the airplane is heavy, if the runway is short, they'll use higher brake settings, auto brakes. They also use reversers. It depends. Can also be part of company policy, because using reversers also wears the engines more than not using them. So it depends. Right, the tail still clearly protruding above the gates and the terminals. E2 whistle, E2 Embraer 195 over here landing. Now folks, we're going to stick around until the 747 arrival from Miami has landed in half an hour or so from now. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. We also have a Qatar 777-300 that is arriving from Doha. And we have an A220 on the glide slope. Air France flight 1640, now number 3 to arrive. Next airplane coming in is Kuwait Airways, arriving from Kuwait City. 5 hours and 59 minutes on the way. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight October 2022. Mr. Trucker64 says hello from Queensland. Good evening, sir, and welcome to the show. Don't be afraid to say hi if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, they're all friendly, and many of them are knowledgeable. Emirates going for gate Golf 9. Frank says, as expected, that's almost always the case. Has it ever been to a different gate than Golf 9, I wonder? In the meantime, also crossing the 700 likes. Aphrodite says, thank you all so much for that. Right, don't know what happened there, a little bit of buffering. A lot of people are watching next to me, so maybe the many cell phones in my vicinity caused a temporary breakup of the connection. I saw it on my laptop as well. Luckily I was able to reconnect. This is KLM flight 1078. It is an Embraer 175 arriving from Bristol. 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017. Indeed, Alvin, let's blame them. Well, it is coincidental, isn't it? It's happened before near Polderbaan as well, that you're standing all alone and you have a solid connection, and then all of a sudden buffering begins whenever there are more people in your immediate vicinity. They're all using Wi-Fi and whatnot, so wouldn't be surprised. I agree, Frank, but I'm not going to say anything. It's a bit rude, but I think it is coincidental. Luckily, I saw you guys mentioning it in the chat and I was able to reconnect the connection. Air France flight 1640 arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. That's a Bombardier C-Series 300. 43 minutes underway. Par for the course. It's the F Hazoui. That's HZUY. It's an A220-300. A year old. First flight April 2023. So it's almost 2 years old. I need a directed jammer. We're jamming. Same whistle as with the E2 Embraer 195s. I think it was Alvin who once looked into it and came to the conclusion that the engines on these airplanes are related. Next up, TUI, a MAX 8737 arriving from Kittilä. Not yet has its lights on, and that makes it quite difficult to see. The Cargolux from Miami is expected to arrive in 25 minutes from now, 1:08 p.m. local time. You can find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. Now the lights have gone on. TUI flight 2102 arriving from Kittilä. That's a MAX 8737. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight June 2021. Hey, Patrick is informing us that the Kalita 747 is underway from Fairford in England to Schiphol. What is its ETA, mate? That's a surprise queen underway. What is the ETA of the 747, Patrick? I'm very curious. Probably won't be much longer after the one arriving from Miami. A Kalita 747. Now I'm also starting to get curious. Right. Is it airborne yet? Yeah, it's climbing. So what would be the ETA? Maybe an hour's flight? It's climbing, and it is just northeast of Bristol. ETA, hard to estimate, but I would say it's arriving within the hour. So there is a bonus 747 that has just taken off from somewhere in England, coming this way. I'd agree, precisely tuned, about an hour out, so Kalita 747, that is nice. Not sure if my heated gloves will hold out that long though. Right, we have a 737-800 arriving from Milan, and after that, wide bodies. Can we see the wide bodies already? The answer is not really. With difficulty. As long as they don't have their lights on, it's hard to see. This is KLM flight 1614, 737-800. The PHBCK is back. 5-year-old airplane, first flight April 2019. Time for the heavy hitters again. Qatar flight 273 arriving from Doha. That's a 777-300 next to arrive, with behind it a Delta A330 Neo. You can see the twinkling only vaguely at its 8 o'clock. That is Delta Airlines flight 162. That's an A330 Neo. Got a Transavia 737 arriving from Alicante behind that. Flight 6144. So this is Qatar flight 273 arriving from Doha. Qatar Airways 777-300 6 hours and 23 minutes ago it left from Doha. The registration A7 British Airways BAW. The airplane is 12 years old, hailing from January 2013. Well, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a queen incoming and a bonus queen as well. Really wondering, will my gloves or my hands hold out that long. Let's have a quick look. Here it is. Its ETA is 138. That is Kalita. It's all white. It's a bonus queen. She's coming. Cargolux is already close by over the North Sea. It's ETA 112, so that's 20 minutes from now. These two 747s are expected to land here on the runway we are standing next to, the Polderbaan. I'm thinking we should give it a go for the all-white Kalita. Nice bonus queen. Would be a nice way to end the show. 3 queens and the A380. Here, Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A330neo. Buttery floaty landing, check it out. First the back wheels, then the front wheels, and then the nose gear. Boop. Absolutely beautiful. In the meantime, as it is 5 minutes to 1, we can already see that the first airplanes to 36 right are on the glide slope already. Converging landings once again in progress. NetJets with a Cessna Citation coming in first. Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul is also coming. Going to 36 right. The first wide body to go there. Converging arrivals on 06 and 36 right in progress now. And expected to stay so for another hour? Or is it again 40 minutes like it was yesterday? Yesterday it was from 1 until 1:40. It used to be from 1 to 2. Either way, our quad squad airplanes of interest are arriving from the west, so it doesn't matter to us. Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante. I'm looking to my right to see if I can spot the Turkish A330 already. I'm struggling to see it. You can see visibility is not that great. So those of you who joined us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing along runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Primary runway for arrivals, converging arrivals in progress now. That means 36 right is open for arrivals from the east, and arrivals from the west will come to this runway. We've seen the A380 land not too long ago. We saw an earlier 747 land. We're awaiting another 747, and there's also a bonus 747 underway. Both are expected, both 747s are expected in the next 40 or so minutes. In 20 or so minutes from now, the first 747 is expected, and the other one is expected in 40 or so minutes from now. Going to try to stick around for both of them. For now, it is time for Sky Express arriving from Athens. It's an A320neo. 3-year-old airplane. First flight December 2021. And Greece is bliss. Although I wouldn't ask the inhabitants of Santorini that right now. I think they would not agree about it being blissful over there right now. Lily's dressed to impress says, thanks for the live, enjoying watching Schiphol Sigma. You're welcome, Lily. We're awaiting a 747 arrival from Miami. Should be in the vicinity already. And there's a bonus 747 coming in from England, which was expected around, what was it, 1:40 or so local time? You can find the local time in the bottom left corner of your screen. This is BA flight 434 arrival from London Heathrow. It's an A320neo. Flight time 45 minutes. That is par for the course. The airplane is 4 years old. First flight was in February 2020. I can also see that the cargo hatches on the Chinese triple have closed. China Southern Cargo 777 freighter on the north side of the runway. It was being unloaded earlier. Apparently they don't need to load it up, or if they did, they didn't put back as much as that they took out. Now the question is, how much longer before it's going to get pushed back and is going to taxi out for departure? In the meantime, bear with me. He says, since it is so nice and sunny here in the north, I will take my leave from the chat and vacate the runway to take a walk. Have a nice Sunday, everyone, and thanks for the stream, boy. Bear with me. Enjoy your walk. Thanks for joining us here today. If the sun is shining over there and you have some extra sunshine over there, feel free to send some over to Schiphol Airport. Always welcome. We have two 737-800s coming in. First of the two is going to be from Transavia, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. The second one is from KLM, arriving from Glasgow. Hey, Avi, good to see you again. Herzlich willkommen. Thank you for the kind words. Hope you've been alright. It's been a while. KLM Flight 938 arrival from Glasgow coming in next. That's a 737-800, and have a look on Flight Radar, folks. Two queens coming in. The bonus queen is now flying northeast of London and is expected in 40 minutes from now. Arriving from Fairford, Kalita Air, all white. And a bit closer by already is Cargo Lux, arriving from Miami, Florida. That's a 747-8. It's ETA 8 minutes from now. So that should be good. Right, back to the action here at the glide slope. It is KLM Flight 938 arriving from Glasgow, 737-800. 26-year-old airplane, first flight January 1999. It's a millennial. Looking out, it looks just as hazy as it's been for quite a while. It does look like there's a queen being pushed back over there. Atlas Air. Thank you so much, AV. You have a nice weekend, or what's left of it as well. Alex Lightfoot, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Now, Atlas Air is being pushed back. And wasn't it? Oh no, it was Cargolux that is coming in. And Kalita. One queen leaving. 2 are still expected to arrive within the next 40 minutes. The first of the 2 747s is already very close by. See that Gary in Amsterdam is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Beep, beep, beep. Indeed, Lise. Beep, 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 beep. So that's probably what we've been hearing all the while then. It's funny because from this angle it almost looks like it has no nose gear. It's that you see the flashlights of the tow truck. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds is passing by, which is what you are picking up on the mic. It's a pretty hopper. Not missing out on a lot then. And you're welcome, Tarek, who says in Dutch, nice stream so on the Sunday. Continue. I will with this. Right, it's narrow bodies for the time being to both runways. There's a 737 arriving from Geneva and an Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen. The one from Aberdeen coming here. 737 is going to 36 right. Hans' favorite Vueling is now number 2 to arrive to runway 06. Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. Let's see, Cargolux arriving from Miami is flying on what you could consider an extended base leg. I think it has 4 airplanes preceding it. And there's a bonus queen coming, ladies and gentlemen. A bonus queen expected around 1:40 local time. 35 minutes from now. KLM Embraer 175 is arriving. I can see ailerons, so they're doing a control check. The elevators now being checked. Lastly, the rudder. Yeah, there you go. So the engines are on. They're checking the controls. After everything is checked and everything seems to be working, rudder to the right. Then the pre-taxi checklist is probably completed and they'll ask clearance to taxi. Tarek asks how long I'm still going to stand around here today until the bonus queen has landed, so another 35 minutes or so. Now let me turn around because Hans' favorite is coming. I'm not sure if he's in Lurker's Lounge or if he's going to watch the replay, but this one is for you, Han. This is Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. A320 Neo, 6-year-old airplane, first flight December 2018. It's the ECNBA. The National Basketball Association is coming to town. Right, looking at my DJI mic receiver where I replaced the battery from recently, I see that both my receiver and my transmitter are still half full, so the voice over mic shouldn't fall away in the next half hour or so. Cargo Lux 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida is on the glide slope. It is now number 3. I'm looking behind me. Can I see it already? Don't think I can. We have a queen on the move, making way for another queen that is coming in. Let me see, and maybe we can pick it up. Now, you guys tell me, because this is not it yet. Really struggling to see it. Over here, EasyJet arriving from Bristol. Atlas 7478 on the move. Wolfgang has to go. Won't be streaming tomorrow, mate, but hopefully on Thursday again. Thanks for joining, Wolfgang. Right, I think Her Majesty will have to wait until the other queen has landed, so let's see if we can pick up the arriving Cargo Lux. I think we have it over there, vaguely visible. The gear is extending as we speak. Looks pixelated because of digital zoom, but otherwise we wouldn't be able to see the deployment of the landing gear. In the meantime, a KLM 737-700 arriving from Chester will be passing by in the foreground pretty soon. We still have time. And the other queen, I can hear her. She's coming this way, but not yet traversing the runway. Wondering if it will do that after this landing. Probably not. So, 1747 will be going out. We have one coming in. Here it is, Cargo Lux. Number 8, our flight radar, now number 7, 372 people are tracking it. Rookie numbers, we have more viewers than that over here. Let's get it in the top 5 at least. Arriving from Miami, Florida, Cargo Lux 7478. Eight hours and 15 minutes underway. It's a Boeing 7478 freighter. LXVCN is its registration. 8 hours and 15 minutes on the way. 8-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. Think that the Atlas Air Queen behind us will traverse runway 06 once this queen has landed there. Maybe we'll get to see an interesting combo shot. Now, for those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. There's another queen coming from Kalita within half an hour. We're sticking around until it has landed, so if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around and join us. The Queen is going to traverse. Queen combo shot. 27478. Wouldn't be surprised if the Queen that just arrived is going to take the parking of the Atlas Air. Right, one Queen is leaving, the other, as expected, turning to the right at the end of the runway. Going towards the parkings where this Atlas Air is just leaving from. So long, Atlas Air. We have another Kalita 747 all white underway from England to Amsterdam. It's ETA, what is it, 25 minutes from now, if not less. And the Queen that we saw land just now taking over the role in the form of the long distance headshot. Ulf says, interesting here in northwest Germany, sunshine, no fog. Many people in the Netherlands have also reported having sunshine further to the north predominantly, at least in the beginning of the stream. Yeah, last 2 months Schiphol and the part of the Netherlands next to it, in the vicinity, has been under the influence of mist and fog more than in previous years. Hopefully just an outlier year this year. Toby also reporting that in the east of the Netherlands the sun is shining nicely, so yeah. One Queen taking her parking. Let's have a quick look in the meantime, see where the Kalita is coming, or where it is flying. It is flying over the North Sea. Its ETA is 1:40 p.m, so that is 25 minutes from now. All white. Hopefully we'll be able to see her with all the grey murkiness here. Meanwhile, KLM 737-900 in the SkyTeam livery arriving from Barcelona. We're sticking around until Kalita has landed. That's going to be the last airplane for today. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Next to land is going to be one of KLM's A321neos, and it's not all doom and gloom. As you can see, looking to the south, there's definitely some lighter bits in the atmosphere. Now you have to use a magnifying glass to find them. And Marijke says, just contrail spotted the Transavia A321neo going to Amsterdam. Can you spot it? I think this might be it. This is KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich, A321neo. This is fax C. First flight of this airplane was in November last year. Brand spanking new. Now the Chinese 777 freighter. We saw it getting unloaded in the first hours of the stream. Now since, what is it, half an hour or so, hour to half an hour, the cargo hatches are closed. Just the front door is open. It's probably going to get pushed back at some point. Wondering if we are still going to be around to see it. Nicholas also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Donna says hi. We are up to our necks in puppy poo and wee. I thought I saw Donna mentioning you guys were getting a new puppy the other day. Congratulations. Yeah, that's it comes with the territory, doesn't it? Say hi to her from me, if you will, Nicholas. Hallo, Bokus Klaartje. Also tuning in from Belgium. What kind of weather are you guys having down there? Over here, nebulosity reigns supreme. Got 2 consecutive 737-700s from KLM coming in next. One arriving from Nantes, one from Stavanger, and a 737-800 is coming to 36 right. Converging landings in progress. Usually from 1 to 2, although the other day we also saw that the runway change was effectuated around 1:40, so I'm not sure if, I haven't looked on Bezoekbus. We can see the 2 737s here in the shot. You have to look closely. It's that the one on the left has its light on, otherwise it would be quite difficult to see. KLM flight 1420 arriving from Nantes in La Douce, France. 1 hour and 4 minutes on the way. PHBGM, 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2011. Haven't checked the meter in a while. Let's do that after this landing. Probably not a lot has changed. For hours it seemed like the wind was blowing from 060 degrees, 5 to 7 knots of wind, 4 degrees Celsius the temperature. To me here it doesn't feel like much has changed. Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah. On the glide slope to 36 right now. Let's see if we can pick it up. Since it's narrow bodies going to the Kaagbaan for the time being. Quick look on the computer just to see what the weather is doing. This was the meter as in the ticker. Quite outdated already. Superimpose the runway heading and you can see headwind is still blowing, 7 knots of wind, 8 kilometers of visibility. Apparently, according to the meter, visibility has improved. And you can see with 1029 hectopascals we are under the influence of high pressure. Kalita, the last airplane of today's show, now ETA 138 is expected. Let me quickly paste the meter in the ticker. And then let's see if we can pick up the Dreamliner from Saudi, which is coming in on the glide slope of 36 right. Should be visible somewhere in the distance. Not sure if I have it already. I think I do now. So this is Saudi flight 215 arriving from Jeddah. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. landing over here. While we're filming Saudia Dreamliner to runway 36 right, 5 hours and 44 minutes on the way, flight 215. The airplane is 9 years old. It's the Hazara. And while this Dreamliner is arriving, is going to runway 36 right, we have a Transavia 737 arrival from Malaga coming in to runway 06. This is where following the airplane usually ends. And our next airplane coming in is a 737-800 Coast Guard -8, also passed by, but it is already gone. Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga, 737-800. Next airplane to arrive, 2 hours and 24 minutes on the way. It's the PHHXM. The airplane is 6 years old, first flight April 2018. With an Embraer 190 arriving from Turin behind it. TAP Air Portugal A320neo arriving from Lisbon is now flying in the vicinity of Leiden and is also coming this way. TAP Air Portugal not being piloted by pilots but by tap dancers. Right. Alvin, the only mod remaining. Has everybody left? What? The weight of the world on your shoulders then. Alvin asks, do you think we can get to 800 likes? How far off are we? 799, 800, there we go. There we go. Great. Marijke asks, when is the 747 arriving? I showed you on several occasions already. It is expected around 1:40, so it's about 10 minutes out. Now's the time to misbehave, indeed, Stove. Nah. The viewers are dropping. People are done with the stream. The chat is going slow and only 2 or 3 people are actually in the chat, constituting the chat right now. Alvin can handle this easily. It's always interesting to see that as a chat continues after the first 2 hours or so, after everybody says hi and most people come and join, the chat usually dies. It's interesting to see how that happens. Hans is sticking around until the end. Hans, you're a trooper and I thank you for it. Adi Dirkie, goedemiddag. Right, Totje Toby is going. You have a nice day too, mate. Thanks for joining. We're sticking around until the Kalita bonus queen has landed. There's an all-white bonus 747 arriving from Fairford, if I recall correctly, in England. It is approaching. Its ETA is less than 10 minutes. If I zoom out on flight radar, I can already see it not too far away from the coast. Marijke asks, will you go spotting at Groningen or Rotterdam? Not very likely in the nearby future. Arno says, good luck over there. It's not that busy. I'm assuming you are referring the airports of Groningen or Rotterdam. That's exactly what I was also thinking. Not very busy over there. Hey, Gerrit also back in the chat. Are you alright? Well, the feet are starting to get a little cool. The hands are still being warmed by the heated gloves. I've put them in the medium setting and not on the high setting, so I'm still managing. Should be okay, Gerrit. Paul asks if I am also flying myself, only as a passenger when I'm going on a holiday trip. I don't have my PPL, if that's what you're asking about, or an ATPL. Stove says, need heated socks as well. As it happens, when I ordered the second set of batteries for my heated gloves from AliExpress, I happened to receive a pair of heated socks as a compliment. I put them on. I could feel the heating elements in the fabric. It was of Chinese origin. Let's just say I wasn't feeling very comfortable switching them on and putting them on, going outdoors with them. But as it happens, I do have a pair of heated socks. I almost forgot about them. Forgot where I left them, but they should be lying around in the house somewhere. Hey, congratulations, Tariq, who passed his PPL last week. Congratulations. So that's like you need, what is it? 12 starts and landings now to stay current. What was it again per year? 12 starts and landings. 12 flying hours as well. This is TAP Air Portugal, flight 668. Arrival for Portugal. Frank says, if your hands are red when you are taking off your gloves, the heating was too high. I think we'll be alright, Frank. I think we'll be alright. Chinese triple, as expected, leaving. Luckily for us, we're able to see it happening in the stream while live. We'll probably hear the GE90s being started pretty soon. The camera, the mic is pointing in that direction, so listen closely. Also, Alvin, thank you so much for your super chat, mate. Just found out how cold it is there. Cheers for braving the weather, boy. He says, mate, this is nothing. The day before yesterday, I was standing here and it was just above freezing and the wind was blowing constantly and way, way, way harder than today. Was so much colder to the touch than it is over here right now. Still not warm by any stretch of the imagination, but I've been through worse the day before yesterday. Still, thank you so much for your super chat, mate. Appreciate it. You didn't have to do that, you know that. I think that's the GE90, the first of the two being started. Let's quickly have a look at Hans' favorite. Obviously, everybody loves this airplane. Gary is very optimistic. He says another few weeks it'll be t-shirt weather. Or are you referring to you going on a holiday trip to a sunny destination? Anyway, guess which airplane is now flying over Dutch land and no longer over the North Sea? North Sea, hear me, apologies. That's the Gulf of Yorkshire. It is 7478 time, although it'll be a while before we'll be able to see it. It's probably, realistically speaking, if we did not have poor visibility, it would probably be somewhere over there behind those containers. It's coming this way now. Last airplane of the day. Right, you can see the controls check, the ailerons. And they'll do the elevator and the, oh, they already did that. The rudder, lastly. Another control check. The flaps are already set. The takeoff setting. Both engines are running. They'll request taxi, and if they get clearance, they'll start taxiing out. Now, can we see Her Majesty the Queen, the last airplane of the show already? It's the first airplane coming into runway 06 and the last airplane of the show. Also, thank you, Evelyn, for your super chat. Time for the Queen. It's the rip-off emoji, yippee. Huh? Weren't you still a member in the beginning of the stream? Did the membership expire while we were live here? Right, I'm looking behind me. Not able to see anything yet, but I am going to turn around the camera because we should be able to pick it up sometime soon. Although, truth be told, being all white, it's probably going to be a female dog to actually find. Evelyn says it expired when ITA came after that Delta. Well, that happened twice. After the first or the second. Fidel over here as well. Fidel Castro. There he is. The hands are off the camera. The camera is perfectly still. And you can see that the Castro is also hovering perfectly still. Alvin doesn't seem to be alone anymore. Aphrodite also here. Now guys, this is the last airplane of the show. A bonus queen coming in. Now also a massive big thank you to Aphrodite, who just now gifted 5 memberships. You didn't have to do that. You're doing more than enough as it is, as a member or and as a mod. But thank you so much, Aphrodite, for your generosity. I hope that everybody who received a membership from you just now will thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have access to. Use them. The Queen is coming. Custom emoji. Hint, hint. Also, Tariq, thank you so much for your super chat. And he writes, thank you for the stream. Thank you so much for your generosity, guys. I hope you guys are going to enjoy the last landing of today's show. And then I hope to be back again on Thursday, weather permitting. This is a bonus queen that I didn't foresee, but is coming after all. Kalita Air, arriving from Fairford in Great Britain. It's all white, a bit boring, but it's a queen. It's a 747-400. Flight time 51 minutes. It's American registered. November 742 Charlie Kilo is its registration. And this airplane is 35 years old. First flight December 1989. I would have to do calculations to calculate in which grade of elementary school I was back then. I graduated in 1994, so that's 5 years still to go. Groep 3, 3rd grade. Learning how to read and write. And this airplane was already flying all over the world. Let's look and listen, folks. "35 years old. Many of you weren't even born and this airplane was already flying around the world. Now, will it go to the right or to the left for its parking? I'm thinking it's probably going to take a right-hand turn, come towards us, giving us a long distance headshot like we've seen on several occasions before already. Right, check it out, what a coincidence. Evan is 35, so this airplane is just as old as you are. Arno was in the military in Yugoslavia, which was still a country back then. I still have postage stamps from Yugoslavia. Right, well, let's see where this 747 is going to take an exit to, left or right. I think right, but who knows? It was the last airplane of today's show though, so after it is taking a left or right hand turn, I am going to wrap it up pretty soon. Donna asks if I am a stamp collector. I'm not. I think it was my mom that used to, I think she inherited it from an uncle or something. I don't know. It ended in my possession through relatives, but I'm not a stamp collector by any means. But I do. The collection is interesting. It has Franco, the dictator from Spain, for instance, on some of the old Spanish stamps. I still have stamps from Yugoslavia. I think even old German stamps from the German Reich. Quite interesting, actually. But that's for another time. Also, a massive big thank you to Evan for your super sticker. 100 underlined twice. Hell yeah, absolutely. Her Majesty the Queen, she's giving us a long distance headshot, although it is difficult to see with the nebulosity over here. I am going to wrap up the stream after the 747 has parked. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. Consider leaving a like if you haven't already. If you enjoyed what you've seen so far, it will help to promote the content of this channel to people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across AMS Live yet, but who might be interested to join our awesome community. A massive big thank you to everybody for the support, the likes, the super chats, the super stickers, becoming a member yourself, gifting memberships, buying something from the merch store, donating through PayPal, or just your banter and presence in the chat. A warm thank you to all the mods as well. Thank you all for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. A bonus queen, all white. In the meantime, a runway inspection seems to have begun here on the Kaagbaan. I can see lights on the runway coming this way. That's the bird controller. Let me quickly rotate the microphone a little bit directly towards the Queen. You can hear her. The wind is also blowing it this way. Flores the Gamer, the A380 landed around 12:30 local time. Going to the right before going to the left and turning in? Or is it going to come to the left-hand side of the runway? Surely not. Surely it would have stayed on the left-hand side if that was where its parking was going to be. Yeah, there you go. Even though she's plain Jane White, it's still a beaut to behold. 35 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Christopher Coote in the foreground. All the way to the front, all the way to us, allowing us to enjoy her company as long as possible. Front row. Lucky us. Well, there you have it, folks. Her Majesty the Queen having arrived here. Last airplane of the show. A beautiful goodbye. For now, I'm going to say goodbye to you too. Hopefully I'll see you again in the next one, which hopefully will be on Thursday. Take care, stay warm, be safe, and I'll see you again on the next one. Bye for now.